Yeah, threads have been in the Splash since the beginning. Probably have my blue sky there, but yeah. I don't really use it beyond beyond posting from buffer, to be honest. Oh yeah, it's true. It's kind of strange. I'm guessing it's a late night for you or something. It's 5 a.m. Oh my gosh. I just woke up early. Oh my. I can't imagine waking up at 5 in the morning. Let me see about mutant. Here we go. Make sure Fertium is closed. There we go. I didn't want to wake up this early. Yeah, it's fair enough. Heck, I'm still having my first morning coffee. All right, well, let's get started here. So today we're going to be using Sea Lion. I assume that's what they call it. Lion. Sounds kind of weird, so I'm going to assume it's Sea Lion. And hopefully it'll work out, because it's one of the 2 IDEs I've managed to find that actually states that, you know, like if I highlight over this, that KFileMetadata simple extraction result is in fact a thing that is installed on my system, and that vector actually comes from the vector stuff, right? And it also doesn't try to tell me that genres is invalid code here, when it is in fact not invalid code. It's perfectly fine. So it was either that or kdevelop, but literally just me trying to test kdevelop, it was crashing like crazy. And I was like, okay, if I change all the keybinds, for example, like change Control P from print to like open up the quick find for opening files, right? Maybe that'll fix it. Still do that, and even if I have nothing bound to it, for some reason Control P triggers a kdevelop to crash. How about using Kate? No, Sea Lion works. I'm not gonna spend a bunch of time messing with more editors. And this actually has, I was able to very quickly get up and running with this, because I was able to basically download keybinds directly within Sea Lion to use Visual Studio ones and then remap a few of them. So for example, I can now open up the command palette here, and but it's kind of funny, it doesn't show it within the window, it shows it in my entire screen, which is kind of cool. But yeah, like that seems to work out fine. And increase the font sizes, so hopefully it's large enough. Yeah, it did that. And then spent a little bit of time this morning while drinking coffee organizing my all my tabs, because it seems like throughout this project so far I have yet to, like, I mean, I just restore all the windows, right? So it just comes back with all the tabs. So I organize it so we have our cppreference.com one here, our learncpp.com one here, KDE bits, Qt bits. This will almost certainly immediately fall apart the second we open up anything else, because I don't want to have to be manually dragging stuff, but I figured, you know, at least for the start, we'll have things nice and tidy. Yeah, so what are we working on today? We are working on the indexer. So the indexer in this case is the music/file indexer. So this is going to be in our data lake bit. I had initially considered, so if I move this, oh no, can I not easily do a split here? Why does everything except VS Code, can I right click and split? Can I right click here and split? Can I right click here and split? It's split here. I'm just gonna have to learn that there's no split. Okay, so if I do control this, okay, that'll be good enough, and then drag it in. There isn't really much here because during the last stream, I considered using Balu for at least one of the sources. It still might happen at some point. However, given the fact that Balu was stripped out even from Elisa for there being various issues, I figured maybe it would be best if I start with my own file indexer. And fortunately, I do have references on doing that because that's what I did last time with the OG Koto. Now, a lot of the code that I have from OG Koto is going to be very G-object heavy, but it should provide me some pointers on what I did before and reproducing that behavior. So that's probably what we're going to do, is quite similar to that. But the first thing I need to do is sort of replicate the structure of some of the things that I had before. So for example, funnily enough, I don't actually have anything in here, but I realized that I need to sort of reproduce all the old structures that I had before, like Koto Artist and Koto Album. And before, what I was doing was working on Koto Track here. So the various class properties of a Koto Track. And that is when I encountered all the issues with it claiming that KFileMetadata, a simple extraction result, didn't exist. So that wasn't really ideal. But I was about to say, but we sorted it out in the end, but we really didn't. It ended the stream when KDevelop crashed on me, unsurprisingly. It's very crashy. And I was like, okay, that's clearly the coding gods telling me to stop, because I was already over time. So, no KDevelop for me. So for the start, we are going to start implementing the header bits and bobs. Although let me split down. Let's have artist here. No, I want artist here. So we're gonna add our pragma once. We're gonna include string. We're gonna include vector, because these are all things we will need. So we're gonna have a Koto artist. And this Koto artist, we're gonna have a public constructor of just an empty artist. Yeah, see, this is your first. Yeah, I know that's how it works. Like, it's cycle through alternatives using alt buttons and tab to insert. No more Copilot suggestions. Okay. That's also something I set up, was a good old Copilot. So we're going to have a static Koto track, not Koto track, Koto artist. And this is going to be from DB. Right now it's just going to be empty, and then we're going to have one that's not going to be from metadata, actually. Just going to be from DB for now. This used to be like this. And then we're going to have some private properties. So our private property, we're going to have, let's see. Let's look here. I'm not going to even pay attention to what it's suggesting. I have a string of the name of the artist. We're not going to call artist name. Pretty self-explanatory. We are going to call, let's see, we have a list of tracks. So this is probably just going to be a standard vector pointer to Koto track. Something like this. And then we're going to include track.hpp. Let's see how well this works. That works perfectly fine. Great. We need a list of albums. Those don't exist yet, but they will. So let's go ahead and do Koto album. Let's actually have this be above Koto tracks. We mentioned UUID here. Probably need that as well. Because I don't think that there's a native UUID actually. Let's see, UUID C++. Without boost. Standard UUID, UUID v4. I wonder if the Qt gods have a class for it. Be surprised, but it is Qt, so what? Okay. Why should I be surprised? QUUID, of course. Can you generate just a normal IV4? Let's see. 16 byte, yeah. Globally unique. What are these GUIDs? The GUID is one variant, so can you specify? Without braces. I mean, I guess I don't really have to care what the thing is. Of course, if we're reading it from, how would we construct from string? UNIV string. Okay. So actually, I'm gonna have this be QUUID. Need to be a pointer to it. Public function, and this just. Oh, if it does. Just go Q. Then we need to include it in the header. There we go. And let's do the same up here because we never added a UUID here as well. Let's do that. We are going to have a private. Oh. Cool. So it supports v3 and v5. All right. Well, I don't really care which one we use, to be quite frank. So. Yeah, that's great to know. All right, so circling back to Koto Artist, let's go ahead and reference our old code here. Zoom in here so it's easier for you guys to see as well. We have some glist store. I don't think we're gonna do that here. It's really not liking that. That doesn't exist. That's okay. We have paths, ghash table. I don't quite remember what the path stuff was. So when we would commit relative path. Oh, I guess it's just a path to the artist directory or something. Well, I think that's probably going to be a FS path. Let's pull in file system here. And we'll have fs : path to that. Oops, I would have typed this correctly. Long. Pretty sure that's fine. Oh, it's just complaining that it doesn't belong to anything. That's also fine for now. I don't know why that broke this. Where else are we doing? Let's see, find in files. I search for namespace, fs. Standard file system. Yeah, that's correct. It's for our own file system. Okay. Ignore it for now. This as artist art. Let's see, but do we actually? I don't think at any point in time I think we added that in there as a placeholder. It has artist art, or do we set it to some sort of album thing? No, it's just a placeholder. I think our idea was we would have like a nice banner at the top with an artist, like the artist image or something. But for now, we're gonna ignore that. I'm not gonna start adding placeholders in. And we have a Koto playlist, which is of all the content. I'm not sure I really want to generate that immediately. I think I'll just start off with these bits. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's now create a new header file. Wait, what? I can make it a .h or a .cuh. How about I just open up and I create new file. And I do album.hp. I want to add the following file to Git. I guess. Yeah, sure, why not? Now let's. We're gonna include that. We do need file system. We need string, we need vector. Let's do our namespace. Then we're gonna do class Koto album. Yeah, that's gonna be correct. I don't like what it's doing to my indentation though. Whatever it's generating. Indent. It should be using cling format, but I'm not confident that it is. Need to include track.hpp, which should be good. We have a path, we have the title, artist. Let's see, what else did we have? Probably the path to the album art. I'm not sure if I want that to be a path or if I want that to be a Q image. I feel like if we just have it as a path, that might provide us the most flexibility. Let us actually open up Kirigami here. Oh wait, no, I have Kirigami gallery. I don't know if I still have it open. Doesn't look like it. And see if they have anything that's image related that we would want to use. I would be surprised, but you never know. It might be that they have a default one that has like a border radiusing or something. Okay, so the search doesn't actually seem to operate as a search. Here, image. No. Okay, that's fair enough. I have no issue with that. We just go over here and we search for Q image. Maybe I already have it open. Do not. Q image. Hello. I know it exists. There we go. 6.7, yes, hardware independent image representation, so we can construct it. So those are all the public functions there, but do they have one for, let's see, from data to image, Qbyte. So we would want to read in into probably a Qbyte array or something. And then that's a Q, well, probably one of these two, I guess. Supported image format. See also load, save, reading and writing. Let's see, the file can be loaded when constructing or by using load or load from data later on. We do load from data. Well, that's the same deal. Let's see. From data. Okay. By using load. Okay, great. So you could actually call load. So you create an empty object, just image for the QML version. And you might need a QImage provider. Okay. Let me take a look at what that is then under QML. I guess you would specify a source here. Quick image provider. Yeah. Request image. They mentioned a source like that, but I feel like I would be dynamically generating it or something. I don't even know how I would be implementing all that stuff yet. But we'll find out, I'm sure. It's all part of the learning experience. So let's go back to Koto bit. So I guess we'll just have it as a standard file system path for now. That's probably gonna be the cheapest way of representing it. We have UID, that. We have all this information as well. Okay, so we have the name. We don't need the artist because that will have a reference to the artist itself. I mean, you'll never be interacting with the album directly. It'll always be an artist and then the artist too. Oh no, I guess we do have the artist UID there. So let's say gchar, lol. It'll be a GUID. Artist UID. Now, of course, what I could do is have this actually just be a pointer to the Koto artist, but my concern would be sort of a cyclical pointer. Not GUID, QUID. Too much G stuff. The object. GDK. No more. We're gonna have a standard vector, standard string, genres. Have an art path, which is gonna be a FS path to our album art path, like so. Missing a one there. Description. I'm not sure if that will actually be needed. We'll find out. Narrator. I'm not sure how useful that will be, but it's more likely to be on a Koto track, because it'll be like a narrator for album, not probably for audiobooks. Name. Don't have year. Have an int here. Oh, actually, I have it down here. Lol. Let's try to organize all these. together. Then maybe have paths together or something. And then YUDs together. Like that. Who knows? Do initial index, finalize. Of course, we're gonna have to have all these like signals, but think of how all that's gonna work at some point. Description. Playlist. Maybe that'll be dynamically generated. Let's keep playlists out of here for now. All right, and then let's include album.hpp. All right, and then I have our file indexer. Should we have a library here? A library. That is what we have under config, I think. Not gonna worry about that. And then we're gonna have the file indexer here. So basically we iterated through, and then if it was a depth of 1 that we were at, and then we are following that album, and then we would construct the artist, and we would add it to cartographer, which was basically our just big old map of all the things, which we may still want. Index the folder. We have that finalized stuff, the artist, and then we would go into folder artist album. Would be the album. Set the path. Of course, we don't really have any setters here. I was just thinking about that. Don't really want them to be easily modifiable. Have some void set. This album here. We'd probably want this to be referenced by. Now would have a UUUID. The album UID here that we'll use reference. This is probably fine. We'll want to set the album. Avoid. Actually, it's not. This. We'll have set album, which will be a reference to a Koto album. Of course, the problem now is that this will ref this. I'm not sure if that'll be a problem. I think Pragma once will help avoid any of those issues. Let's see. So we have set album, and then we're going to have set album artist. This is also going to be a QUID artist ID. And this I don't think we need a reference to, because we could just get that directly from the album property. So I'm going to do void at disk number as set duration, set genres, Why is it indenting this? The lyrics. Stop indenting it. Crying out loud. That narrator is fine. Yeah, I'm just gonna let it do whatever indenting it wants to do, and then I'll fix it later. Path. We have this here. This should be a file system path. S path. And we're not importing that here. So we need to do that. File system, and then namespace fs to file system. Not really necessary, but I like the short and sweet last names references. So do void. So this is actually, we're gonna do fs path here. And then we're gonna do title. The track number. Actually, do we need all these headers? No, I'm thinking about it more. Because if we're getting it from the Kfile stuff, then we'll construct it immediately then. I mean, I guess if we need to modify it later on, because I think what I did for track here was just we just modify all of them with G-object set. Oh yeah, we had name versus parsed name as well. So I think we kept those separated. Oh, CD, I think we're missing. Or do we have disk? We have disk number. I mean, they're both sort of archaic, like A side, B side, CD1, CD2. And we'll keep it like this for now. And we'll add these. I kind of want to get in the habit of having equivalent setters and getters. The getters, I don't know how much I'll really need. It's definitely not going to be this, so it's going to be string. I feel like I would want to be a string view for the. Let's clear that. For the title. And I just do get title. Probably not. Album title, do we really care about? Because we'll have a reference, we won't need that. Duration will be int. Duration. So we have genres here. Lyrics, we have title. Sort. Don't. I guess we could have a get path. Get path. Get track number. Year. Duration distance. Guess we'll want the UID fetching. This. Don't need RSUID here. Well, no, we would need it because I don't know if we're going to create. Just thinking about it from the perspective of podcast. You don't really have albums in podcasts, so I need. So actually, we will need get set artist. So, all right, that seems like a good start. Declared track well. We call it Koto track. We do. And vector Koto track. Track.hpp. It's valid. Yeah, that's valid. Lots of warnings. Never implemented. Oh, okay. So you're complaining about it not being. Koto. Really doesn't find it. Here. Maybe it's complaining because it's not implemented yet. So let's start implementing things, which I would prefer to do here. All right. To do Koto track colon Koto track. No op1, so actually we shouldn't even generate that from DB. Then we're going to have one that's going to be from metadata. And we're going to have all the various getters. We're going to have standard string to get lyrics. This is going to be. Can I do arrow functions? Plus. That's going to be what? Return lyrics? No, we're going to want. Include. This. Be this, yeah. This lyrics. Oh, right, yeah. It would help if I It's never used. Who cares? Over get just preemptively. And view. Nah, I think I wanted to avoid, because if I wanted to manipulate it, then I didn't want to have to. At that point, we might as well make them public. Yeah. Narrator lyrics title. Yeah, a lot of this should just be. Really divided here on whether I want them to be public. Or like public, protected, private, like it doesn't really matter. The idea would be to definitely not protected, nothing's gonna be inheriting it. Just so much noise to just by yeah, we're just gonna of course if we modify it, then we wouldn't want it to modify the value itself. We really just want to be making a copy. Can I just copy this? Probably not. That's Copilot. That is the most trivial way to copy standards. I'm guessing it's just going to be literally. Yeah. Is basically what I'm doing here, but I guess you just do this. Outlives its value. That's because it's a string. Okay, so my code was correct before. I mean, obviously I need to modify this, but. Okay, can I delete conversation? Right. Yeah, let's just change it all to string in case we want to manipulate it later. Drop it from that, drop string view, which we weren't using apparently at all. I wonder, are there like Qints and stuff? But it could handle the platformisms. Don't see why there wouldn't be, but. Probably overkill for just wrapping an int. I mean, there's QString. You'd at least use that probably for what would really be the benefit. Guess all their helper functions. What do you guys think? Should I use standard string or should I use QString for this? Because the benefit, of course, is we're going to have a lot of these helper functions are going to be quite nice. But if we compare that QString, yeah, I feel like that might be the better way. I do want to compare it though just against string. Yeah, we would get a lot of really nice helpers. I mean, obviously there's all this string manipulation stuff, but now would we be a reference to the Q string or the Q string itself that we would use standard string if you want, but you'll have to transpose them to Q string. Passing it to Q. Yeah, it's also kind of what I'm thinking. Whereas if I just did it when I'm constructing these classes, then I'm cutting out a bunch of repetitive crap, which I think would be for the best. But do I need to hold the pointer to it, or can I hold the Q string itself? That would be my next question. Any advice there is welcome for the C++ amateur. Main side is if you want to have a GUI agnostic backend, standard string makes that a ton easier. E.g., if you want to make it a library. Well, my expectation is that even if this was in library form, and I'm not sure how viable that would be on Selfish OS, we'll have to see. It would still be using Qt anyways. So QString would still make sense. It's just the reference to QString would be different because it would be pointing to the Qt5 one instead of the Qt6 one. But I don't expect that there's going to be a fundamental difference between the two that's like so insurmountable, you know, that I wouldn't be able to also just wrap in like if defs and that kind of stuff if I really needed to. It does. It uses Qt6 with like some third-party support for like 5.15 or something. Pretty bad. Right now I'm just focused on desktop, so yeah. But regardless, it would be Qt at the very least. So we would have that going for us. So let's ask Gemini here. Instead of standard string, I may want to use QString, Qt6 instead. Should I use string pointer or there's always well, I mean, yeah, that like the intent was to have was indeed to have support for Plasma Mobile. I was actually in my last stream talking about what sort of device I should actually get for that. It's not a big priority, and it's not something I'm going to do immediately. But when I'm ready to take that step, I will probably get like a Pine Phone Pro. So. The big advantage of QString is fully native Unicode integrated. Oh man. Damn. That is actually fantastic. So instead of instead of standard vector, I almost said Q vector, we probably want, I imagine they have QList. Let's see, a dynamic array. Let's see. Q vector used to be different, but now it's simply an alias. Okay, so just using QList, I'm already ahead of the game there then. See. You need a real linked list. So they provide, yeah, string list there. UTF-16 internally. Okay. They're iterating it like this, but that seems bad. Zero-based indexes. But is it an iterator? So can I use the the for of stuff, or like the for const, q string s colon list or something? We'll use a q list because I get the feeling that I'll probably be using like list models and all that as well. So before we get too neck deep, we're gonna use q list here, and this can be of a q string. Let's just quickly fix all these. So this q list q string, and all these references we're gonna change to q string as well. And let's rip out string so it doesn't get any bright ideas. In Qt6, a lot of Qt types were replaced with standard versions or became thin wrappers around standard versions. Great. So let's fix up this as well. So we're going to want to do the same thing. Embrace the Qt. Not the Qt6, of course. But definitely not C. Or Qt6. Or rather just the Qt, Let's change all these. I'm not sure why it's truncating this. What's going on here? I'd like to replace. Oh, I'd hope if I was doing Control H then, huh? Replace all, please. Whoa, not what I wanted to do. What on earth? Standard : vector with just Q string, please. Thank you. Oh no. What the heck? A vector. Q list. A brain. Q list of track. I feel like that. We'll see. Int is fine though. Let's pull in instead of vector. We'll pull probably what Q list. Q list and include Q string. UCS2 is the formal standard name for what we know today. Today now as UTF-16, right? Fortunately, I rarely have to think too hard about all that kind of stuff. Just like if my emojis work as expected, I'm happy. Like that's all I care about, man. I don't expect emojis in artist stuff. I could see it happening in like podcasts. So rip all this out. It's not gonna know about this. That's fine. Q string. And we're gonna have Q list here. Q list. And Q list here as well. QID. I bet there's a Q path as well. Because why wouldn't there be, Let's just search for path. Like there's standard paths. But that is probably not quite what I'm looking for. Files. We'll keep as fs path. Oh, there must be a path. Path QML type. Path view QML. No. Do library info. File system patterns. We replace this, we have file system still. Files. This needs to be a Q string, as does this. And the other one, Q UID, Q string. Miss anything here? No. And what about here? Path, all fine. These vectors need to change. Just this one. This is undeclared to track, even though it's declared here. Okay, well, let's go back to the track CPP implementation then. So all these standard strings, so let's rip all this out. So this is going to be Q string lyrics, which is going to be, let's see, can we just do this lyrics dot copy? I still just want a function that returns a different Q string when I go. Let's replace to copy. Avoid taking a deep copy of the characters by using QString view. Well, we want it to be manipulatable if needed. We could always circle back and change them to QString later on. Copy the contents of the string. And the contents is UTF-8. We could just, okay, so you literally just do it by doing QString, QString. And then passing in this lyrics. Like that. Okay. Shouldn't need to include it. But maybe it's hurting itself. Our lyrics here are QString. It'll just be this. Qualified reference to QString as a constructor rather than type. Oh, is it literally just like this? Yeah. Okay. Can I do this though? So I could just replace these then. String. That's implemented. Alternatively, I could just return the same Q string, and then if I need to manipulate it, I just make a copy. Feel like that's gonna lead to bad. I'm really divided on this one. I don't know why. List of Q string. Get genres. I'm gonna have this genres. List. Data of type T. So if you constructed another, it's a copy. And you move a Q string that way. That's a breath, okay. So we would just list. So I don't actually need to include Q list, and you have title, that, get genres. You don't have get path. Can I sort by name? Oh, yeah. I don't want to have to manually sort it. Get genres. This rater title. Get album. Get album UID. Get artist UID. I mean, I'm not gonna make a copy of these. These aren't gonna be manipulated. So I'm gonna make these public actually. These are UIDs. And if they get modified, well, that's program error. And then we could just tell that future Josh that he's being dumb. Still have these helper functions, the getters that we don't need. Let's rip those out. Here, which we already did. Let's organize these. Track number can stay put. That path needs to be moved here. Genres needs to be moved here. I was thinking about like organizing them by like the type, but mentally it's just easier for me to do it by method name. And plus, like I'm more likely to be changing the return type of the method than the actual name of the method. And we get genres, duration, lyrics, narrator, track number, I'm missing path here. Path. That's probably not going to be manipulated. Title. Move that up. Okay. And then we're going to have a bunch of void functions. So we're going to have void Koto set album, which is actually going to be, yes, that's more or less what I would want, but I'm going to do a QUID. I'm going to do a copy of its UID, which is not public. We're going to go ahead and link those. We also don't have any functions for getting this various information, which isn't great. String, title, description, narrator. Let's see. Move this up. Actually, we can do this. Like so. We have genre. We're going to need a queue list of Koto track. So we're going to get our tracks, and we also need genres, which are going to be get genres. List out like so. Path. We're going to have get path. And have fs path, get album art path. So I'm gonna have to do a standardization pass on all these at some point, but for now, get album, I said album, I mean, then we're gonna have get artist, and then from here, what we could actually do is this artist UID. And we're gonna do this if it's not set. So if well, I mean, what we'll probably want to do is create an empty. But if this dot of course, I'm looking at that. I want to be looking at QUID. Let's open up this ID. Oh, we already do have it open here. Well, let's sort these then, shall we? Let's see. Is null. So this is, it's a null UID. So yes, when we created, perfect, I'm gonna do is null. Then we are going to construct this. I could keep it a one-liner, and you know what? I think I am. Have this, which is gonna be artist. Let's modify artist here. Have these be public. And we need queue list queue. Let's see, Koto album, get albums. We're gonna want one for get tracks. And we're gonna want something for getting the name, which is gonna be a queue string get name. Like so. This. That is valid now. I need a function for setting the disk number. That is generate correct, that's fine. Shadows. Rename param, sure. Num. Void photo. Track, I'm going to have one for set duration. This num I'm going to call this as well. Do we want to be very I don't actually, let's see. In our the Q multimedia plus classes. It's not that. Oh, it's, these are widgets. Close that tab. I don't need. KFileMetadata actually should have already open. If we take a look at their, where's it gonna be from taglib? It's gonna be taglib. If I recall correctly, that is what KFileMetadata uses underneath the hood. The audio properties. So we are going to want to have duration. Okay, fine. Length in second. Length in millisecond. I feel like second precision is going to be the closest thing that we really need. But let's see. Let's look at the taglib extractor. So if we look up duration, they're doing okay. They're doing length in seconds. Yeah. So they're in agreement with me. This duration, yeah, so that's just gonna be from num. And it's gonna be set genres, I guess, which is gonna be, let me take a Q list here. We're gonna copy it basically. Can we do a move actually? Genre. Huh? Yeah, that's just G. What do I call this list? Void. Lyrics. It's gonna be Q string. And about shadowing. str. Num list. Num and int num. Why is this claiming it's used but signed but never accessed? Yeah. Strings. I don't know why I keep wanting to do it like that. That anyways. So set lyrics. We're gonna do set narrator. Same deal. Set path. Yeah, that's probably fine. Set title. Back number is also fine. Set year. All right. In theory, that's our setters, and then we need constructors. So I'm not going to worry about the from DB yet. I'm going to first do this. So do this. Let's see actually what is accessible from metadata. Image type. Properties. Extract. Taglib extractor. Returns a extraction result. Read generic properties. So it might not be an extraction result. It might just be a... Or it might not be a simple extraction result. It might just be extraction result. So we go metadata. This. Abstract class. Is it now? X is the base class. So we are going to want a simple. Get a properties multi-map, which is a Q multi-map. And then I guess we get the key by the values of the key. Okay. How are they doing? They do a result. So add bunch of various information. Taglib extract. All right, so the extractor list, and then they get the result, get the types, get the properties. They iterate over the properties where they get its display name, value, string, and the type. Okay. So we would probably want to do it where I don't think we want to iterate through all of them. Title, property title, album, track number. These properties are coming from, I guess, KFileMetadata property. Okay. So maybe it does just need to be a simple extract. We get the properties, I guess. props, which is going to be the Q multi-map. And then we want to get the individual properties. So it would be like this. Be inside the class stuff. Yeah, so just be this pointer. This, we're gonna have the disk number is equal to props dot. Really, there is just a function for getting the value. These are values. Take a look at the API reference. Get properties like Q multi-map, which should still have open somewhere. Q multi. We don't. This here. No, it's just value. Value. This could be KFileMetadata property, and then it's going to be disk number dot. We have all these is valid checks. This is going to return returns the value associated with the key. If the multi-map contains no key with it, return the default value. Okay, so we could easily do this by going like 0 and then do int. That would return it's a default most recent one inserted. Average. Value. Let's see how it stores it. Taglib extractor, disk number, converts it to a string and then to an integer. Okay, so our conversion to an integer is probably okay. Why is this bitch no? This number. That's what I was doing. Doing that earlier. This number. Still does it even with That doesn't make any sense. Let's see this. Invalid use. Let's look at the learn CPP. Yeah. Enjoy winning. What is it supposed to be like? In Koto track default. So they're defining that in the. I think I need. Koto track, new Koto tracks. You have to define it within. Okay, do you want to replace it then? I'll do it. Okay, interesting way of having to do that. Not today I learned. I guess because it's the non-default, so you have to create the default one, which is the empty object, the empty class. Okay. Track. Like I said, I am an amateur. Duration 0 to int. Okay. Track. Let's see, what are they doing with genres? Assuming they're even extracting that. Genre. They're doing this as a key string to Q string. They're trimming. Const auto. So they're doing it. Ah, okay. So they're adding multiple by that. So we could actually do, so it's going to be genres props.values, which is going to be genre. And if it doesn't exist, then we'll have a Q string list, which is, which is just a Q container forward. So this is so common that they actually have Q string list as, oh man, that is so great. Like these people understand the ergonomics of what they're building. Damn. Q string list. Let's go ahead and just immediately correct the other ones too, because that's fantastic. Q, I think might be the only one actually. Okay. Props values. This needs to be Q string list here, and then that's a Q string list. To vector to list. No, that doesn't seem right. I don't think we need to do that at all. Let's see. Requires single argument, but two were provided. Okay, well, let's see, according to their docs, what happens. And Q multi-map when you request multiple values of a key. Turns all. Just okay. I wonder if it'll just provide us a two. I'm not going to worry too much about it. Or is this not understanding genre? That this is going to be a Q. Let's see what happens when I do auto G equals. Returns Q list Q variant to Q string list here. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could construct it like this, Q string list, like so, but it doesn't understand that these variants are gonna be Of course, I could convert it or do a static cast. I don't know if I need to do that. Q multi-map values type. Let's ask our good friend Gemini here, which apparently fix cast multi. So it's suggesting that I iterate over values and then append to a new Q string list. Is that the most sensible way of doing it? Q. Yeah, maybe. Okay. Well, let's try that out. We define Q string list genres. And then we go for E of props. We don't need to do that cast there. So, and then we do track genres is equal to genres. Yeah, I mean, that's not too bad. I could live with that. Track lyrics is going to be props, probably K value lyrics. Yeah. Narrator. They don't have narrator because that's probably going to be the author, if I had to guess. Or lyricist, maybe? Performer is actually what it might be. Performer. We'll have to double check on that one. We'll do path is going to be, well, we're not actually going to know what the path is here. So that's going to have to be empty for now and set separately, which I think is probably fine. And I'm going to do let's see, title, I guess. Oops, value. Is it that or is it song? It might just be called title. Track. Oh shit, do we have track number here? We have this number. Oh, we do have, okay. Ooh. I was like, oh damn, did I forget that one? I did not. Track number is going to be the, and default to 0. We're going to set year as release year. We could switch this back. Probably shrink. We have year here. All right. So default values are fine. So that is that constructed actually. I'm not going to worry about the DB one yet. Q string this, Q. Oh, there's a bunch of getters that it's claiming aren't implemented, but no, it's just complaining about it never being used. Well, that's fine. Won't worry about that one. Let's move on, I guess, to artist. So we are gonna want, actually no, let's move on to album. So let's do album dot, oh wait, no, I don't want it to generate both. I just want, source file please, album. Let's see, yeah, add it to Git please. And pragma one. Actually, we don't need a pragma one. So you just need to include album.chp. And let's start implementing the Koto album from database. Actually, you know, that's actually a good shout. I'm not setting the, we'll do this. Create UID. And then that will automatically create the UID. Well, we'll see. Undeclared. Well, that is because I somehow accidentally added a there. I think it was when it had auto completed it and added it. All right, so we are going to want just return a new one for now. Let's actually do that here as well. Return. I don't know. Would that be the right way? Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's start implementing all of the QUID. We're gonna get UID. Oh, actually, no, those are public. So it's gonna be the FS path, which is gonna be that. We have path here. We do. It should recognize that. Go. We're gonna want our Q string, so that's gonna be a Q string of get description. We're gonna have get genres, fs : path of, let's see, get path itself, narrator title. Tracks, which is just going to be a copy of that. We don't have any setters here because apparently I decided to gloss over that. Big brain Josh move right there, I guess. Genres. No, we want to have a set path. I guess technically. Year, release year, I guess. Oh yeah, we don't have one for get year. True. There we go. I think that is all the properties. Okay. And actually, I'm kind of getting tired of, let's see, settings. I want to see Clang format. Could I please have it format on save? Actions on save. Here. Run. I don't want it to run prettier. Oh my god, there's an update copyright notice one. What? Yo, that's crazy. We select scopes. Add new scope. Rearrange code. Okay. Reformat. Scope. Independent. If I apply this, what's going to happen? It's under code style. If I indent this a bunch. Oh, now it works. Okay, much better. Let me reopen those settings. Format. Save. Actions on save. All file types, yeah. Probably for now. Whole file, yeah. All those. Change the scope. We'll have it be stored in the project, please. So in theory, I should have a new config file. So saves it. Doesn't seem like it. Yeah. Okay. Well, at least it works for me. So getting back on the rails, I'm going to have this. That's fine. Set description. We are going to want to construct a new thing. Like so. Set description, genres, reconstruct the queue list. The path. Narrator needs to go before that. So set path, we need title. Tracks. Well, it should missed somehow. No, actually, didn't miss it. I missed it. That was on the Q string list. Oh. Why is it not liking? It's because it's not a Q string list. It is a Q list of Koto track pointer. Which I'm probably not going to have it do it this way. I will likely have helper functions for adding and removing a track void. Add track and void. Remove track. Let's actually add and remove that. And then let's merge all these and sort, please. So what happens when I save? Nothing. There we go. Add track, remove tracks. We have all of our getters, we have our setters. We need have it here. Void. Photo album, add track, which is going to be an append on tracks. So we are going to want to immediately create tracks as a new list. Let's see, and then do we even want it to be a pointer to the track? Or do we just want it to be by UUID? I get the feeling in Cartographer read it by UUID, but we'll do it this way. Remove one, that's by track. Oh, we'll see if that works. Let's move this to here. That narrator is correct. Void set narrator Q string. Redefinite I. Sorry about that. Fair enough. All right, so we have album stuff implemented. Next up is going to be the D structure needs to be implemented as well. Right? I don't really want to delete each reference when we, well, what is clear list? Because what is one doing over the other? View list. Clear. Removes all elements. Let's see. In Qt versions prior to 5.7 for QVector and 6.0 for QList, this function released the memory used by list. So this just clears. Okay. Do it that way. UID, I don't think we really need to worry about any of this. If I save all. There we go. All right, let's have a new one now called artist. And we are going to include, if you guess it, the header file first. Wow. Yeah. Who would have thought? And we're going to start implementing that. So we have get albums. We don't actually have any setters for adding the albums. We are probably not going to do, oh damn, do we want to hold both references to the track and albums that we add? I feel like that would be less expensive than having to always iterate over every single artist, every single album in an artist. Yeah, we're gonna do it like this. Move album, remove track, save this, squash all these, Except this one. This one can stay. And we're gonna sort these. All right, let's start implementing our constructor, which is gonna be Koto album, Koto artist from DB. We have that, and we're gonna want our, oh, Clang D crashed. Interesting. Hopefully nothing else crashed. Doesn't seem like anything else crashed. Oh, lucky me. Photo artist, we're gonna have this UID. We're gonna create a new UID. Now we're gonna do that. We're not gonna do anything else. Wow, so it really did just break all. Let's see, can I restart Clang D? Restart Clang. Clang D. Start. Do I have to actually restart the IDE for this to fix itself? Damn. Alright, fine. Restart ID. It restarts very quickly, so whatever. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it's not so bad. I always think of like, it's clear back in the day. We're talking like 2011, 2012. I was using PHP Storm. It was before I had switched to Golang. And PHP Storm would take a small eternity. Granted, I wasn't using like the most powerful laptop. But it would take an eternity to load. So I've just gotten into that mentality with JetBrains IDEs. But we saw like this fired up like faster than VS Code, if I had to be honest. It's actually probably one of the faster IDEs that I've used. It's kind of wild to think about, really. We have this, and destructor is fine. So we have an add album, which I guess it's sorting by that, or that is void. Add track, like so. Get name. I mean, it's just, it knows exactly what I want at this point. It's not doing it in the order I would like, but you know, it's not too bad. Let's do Q list of Koto rack. But get name, and then why is Koto track? Add these above ourselves. And then that's fine. Remove album, and then remove the track. Seems legit. Still having issues with this one. Let's see. Not initialize return type of type in. Yeah. That seems fine. Am I just drawing a blank? What's going on? Type of Oh, yeah, I was missing the return type. Yeah, that would do it, wouldn't it? All right, so we have artist, album, and track implemented. Now I have to actually start implementing the file indexer. So let's start doing that. We're gonna do QString here. We're gonna do QList of photo track, like so. We have QString again. And QList. Like that. So we pipe in a Koto library config. Then that is going to be separate from our indexing operation itself. So that's going to return all the files, which is going to be Koto tracks. It isn't returning any Koto artists. So we're going to want that as well, which is going to be a Q list of Koto artist. Artists. Okay. We have this. It isn't sure what's actually, no, it's fine because track is going to pull in artist, I think. Let's see. Yeah, it pulls in album and artist, so as a result, it gets pulled in. I just pull in track. So for our constructor, we are going to then set the this root is going to be a QString of config get path. Let's see, no matching. Right. It's not really liking that, but if I convert it to a C string, take a look at that's path. Didn't I already have that open? I guess not. All right, well let's just up here, please. All right. So we return the native version of the path converted to a string. Oh, we're gonna want it as a string. I think. Really? It doesn't have a thing for just taking in. Oh, okay. That seems kind of surprising. Take a look. Why not have QString? Apparently not. Throw it over here. All right, so we have the ability to take in a QString, qbyte, const, or string, but not a standard string. All right, well, okay, so I guess CSTR, I guess it is. We're gonna do that, and then let's see. The big thing is going to be our index function, I guess. Just gonna take in nothing, a file indexer, index. Iterator. Let's see. I'm gonna ignore this code because I want to think with my own brain. We have a Qt iterator here. So this is gonna search for subdirectories. So we're gonna want to have a Qt iterator of the iterator, which is this iRoot. And I know I'm literally putting in exactly what it's doing as well, but so can we search? You could actually filter by name. Interesting. So you could have Qt filters. Oh. Let's take a look at these then as well. Because wouldn't it be really nice if we could just ignore Qt filter? Where's Qt filter? Apparently not there. Okay, well, let's go back here then. Looks like, is it just a expand? Let's see. Files recursively. You could use a Qt iterator to navigate entries of a directory one at a time, similar to Qt entry list, Qt entry info list. But because it lists entries one at a time instead of all at once, it scales better, is more suitable for large directories. It also supports listing directory contents recursively and following symbolic links. It does not support sorting, which is fine. See, after construction, the iterator is located before the first directory entry. Right? Let's see. Here I'll read by recursively. So here it's checking /sys for scaling curve frequency. No filter. And Qt iterator subdirectories. Next, advance further. Next and next file info functions advance the iterator and returns the path or KFileInfo of the next directory entry. Also call the file path or file info to get the current file path. Let's see. Actually, I do want to take a look at file path function here. What is this going to return? Just a Q string. Okay. So having it be a FS path isn't actually all that useful. We may want to consider changing that immediately to a Q string. Otherwise, we're going to have to be converting it back and forth, and that's just going to get annoying really quickly. So let us do that. Let's rip out file system here entirely. We don't need that. FS : path. Any instances of that is going to be replaced with a Q. Like so. And then let's update track.cpp as well. For any reference to FS path, we are going to be replacing. And then we have path here. We want this to be Q string path. We're going to change this to str. So add another one that was path as well. Consider moving it. That to avoid a copy. To avoid unnecessary copies. Well, yeah, we'll consider a move, I guess. At some point. Get path. This we're gonna have it return a Q string. So, and then we're gonna do artist. So here we have FS path, which we're gonna replace as well. Rip out file system here. Funnily enough, we never implemented a function for getting the path, so let's do that as well. Got to do that. Get path. Let's open up this and where we have. We never implement anything for that. Guess not. Or set name, actually. How strange. I think we got a little too ahead of ourselves there or something. All this str, str, and str as well. And this is going to be the usual. And same with this. Set path, that's probably all fine. It's also suggesting to do a standard move. Fair enough. But for some of that, it may be that we don't want to move it yet. STR here and STR here as well. Place all, string this. We had another one for path. This and it's str, not path. Same deal here. Right, so that is all updated. So we could switch back to our indexer. So, Qfile subdirectories, list entries inside all subdirectories as well. Sure. Definitely would want to do that. Do qdir iterator subdirectories. That'll be our iterator. I don't like it using this format. So that qdir filters. They are. Here we are. Qdir filter enums. Oh, you could have. Oh, this is fantastic. You could specify. No dot, no dot dot. What a fantastic. What a fantastic. For now. Oh, we'll see what I get cranky on next. So how are we implementing that? So there's this and then filters and then iterate. So we're going to do qdir filter, right? By default, this flags a no iterator. So we're going to want qdir : no dot end dot dot. Let's see. List all files which the application has read access. Yes. Is it all entries is dir files and drives? We just are gonna want. Oh, so that's ignored on under Unix. Okay. Well, we probably don't want that anyway. So let's just do qdir : dirs and dir files. That I have no idea if that's gonna work, but we'll find out. Readable and writable. System files we don't want. We don't want hidden files. Fortunately, neither of those are defaults. And probably symbolic links. I don't see a reason yet as to why we would want to restrict that, so it's probably okay. We don't need to do any sort of sort. And then what we do is while it dot has next, so the iterator we have next. Oh, I'm gonna rip all this out. And actually, well, so would actually not be terrible, but what we want is we have this path. KFileInfo. I want to open up this, which we already have open here. So that provides the absolute path. Okay. Oh, so they do actually have file system ones. Oh, very nice. Okay. And then the defaults are just the Q strings. Have those available to us. We have set file. Let's see, read symlink. What I want to know is there a function that we have available to us for getting the difference between the file path and another file path? How do we do it in OG Koto? When we were iterating through, we would read the directory and then so it's index folder, and we would specify a depth. So the first level was in the artist, and then we would do this. Right. So here we would want to, oh, it'd be interesting. Because if it's going to list everything, iterates over all those in every single subdirectory. Of course, are these is it just a Qt iterator of subdirectories? Right. If we only did it by subdirectory, we need sort of another one here, which is going to be the actual function of iterating over the folder, which I think is going to be a private one. I'm going to have a void index directory, index directory, which is going to take a Q string path. And a int of depth as well, probably. I don't really know how efficient that's going to be, but oh. We could do it based off, like, we split it and then we compare the depth, and then we know, okay, it's part of this artist. We find the artist based off the name or something like that. We have a reference to ourselves. We don't have to worry about that one. that we're already gonna know. We get the path. Okay, so when we get the artist here, set that up, and then we index full path with the depth being 1. And then if it's 2, oh, so we add it cartographer, we get by name, right? So no 2 artists could have the same name. Eek. Not sure if I like that. Index a folder. If it's 3, then we're doing a split, and we're getting the artist name and the album name. And we get the artist, then we get album by name from the artist. And if we can't find that, then we don't include it. I understand why I did it this way, but also I have this cartographer thing. Let's see. It's basically just a bunch of the G hash table, isn't it? Yeah, they're just G hash table of the probably of the UID. That. Okay. I might need cartographer as well. Oh damn. Okay. I kind of like the way I did the indexing before. This is really feeling like a little bit like a port. Okay. Well, let's implement a cartographer as well, because we're going to need that to fetch our references to the artist. We're also going to need an artist, one that's get album. So this is going to be a, is there a magical like Q optional? Standard ::optional Koto album. Gonna be get album by name. Gonna take a Q name. Let us open up artist here, quickly implement that, and then start working on the cartographer bit. We're going to take a standard optional, which is actually, yes, that's code. Yep. That's correct, actually. Cool. All right, so that's implemented. We are actually going to implement a new C++. So can I edit? Ah, here we go. Oh, there we go. CPP, HPP. Man, CLI is just fantastic, isn't it? Cartographer. Namespace is just going to be our default namespace. Like that is what it is. Oh, is it actually gonna? Is it gonna add it to the targets as well? No way. Let me open up CMake. The CMake list in desktop. It did. Wow. Okay, I am genuinely surprised. That doesn't seem very useful of code, but it gave it a good go. I also did this whole created by Joshua prefix thing. I wonder if I could. Can I fix that? Settings. Header, file header, I think. Oh, code folding, file headers. I don't want imports. Actually, file header, yes. Imports, no. Additionally non-compiled code. Base instead of a new line. Whatever, sure. Live templates. Can I have, let's see this one. File and code templates. I go C++. File header, Qt class. Header different def. Okay, I'm not going to do too much. Just include that. All right. So here we have our cartography. We are going to pragma once include QString. We are probably going to want to take into use, they're going to be Q multimap. Provides an associative array with multiple key values. No, probably not. Maybe it's just a Q map or search for map. Seaboard map, no. Q map. That's an option. It's sort of like a hash-based dictionary template class. You have a hash of a key. We define that, yeah. Seems legit to me. And I.value. Okay, yeah, that seems good. We're going to have class cartographer, public cartographer. That I don't think I need any of this. We're going to have Q hash. Might have a Q hash of Q string to a pointer to Koto artist. Internal artist, let's include artist.hpp. So we have that. Next, we're going to want a Q hash of, let's see, what did we do before? Did we have one for track? We have cartographer libraries, playlists, tracks, track by unique-ish key. Great. This is probably going to be include UUID. These are going to be fine. Q hash of UUID to Koto track probably. Actually, this is going to be by name. Oh no, this is an artist name to UID, so we would get that and then, okay. Sure. do Q hash of UID artist by this. I kind of like the idea of it just being by artist. Okay. Have this. It's gonna be iTracks, and then we're gonna have by name. Which we probably aren't gonna end up using. I don't think anyways. Let's remove this. We ever use this anywhere? No. So that ghash table was actually never used, so we're gonna ignore that one. We have our Koto libraries. We're gonna have Q hash of UID. I don't really know if we need, because we have our config, so I don't know if we need a hash table of the libraries. We have a hash table of albums. So that is going to be by Q hash to Koto album. Do track. So let's see. Doesn't seem like they're right playlist of UID. We'll just ignore playlist for now. That's fine. We're gonna want a standard. Well, let's see what happens in a Q map. Where did it go? Oh, it's under Q hash. Duh. Faster lookups on the Q map. Always sorted by key. What happens for value? It returns default or a default structured value. So we could just say it's like a null pointer or something. And then actually we'll just do, yeah, we'll do standard optionals on these. Let's include optional. Do it here. Optional of, and this is going to be a Koto album, which is going to be get album by you. Actually, it'll probably just be the defaults will be that Koto artist will get. Oh yeah, because you could define with two different. Yeah, sure, that's fine. Get track. Yeah. Okay. We have those, and then let's open up cartographer over here. Oh, I want to open up over here. Thank you. So I'm going to implement Koto. That should be cartographer. So right now it's just an empty one. We are going to define this albums as a Q hash that. Nice. Cartographer. Delete all those and clear. Seems legit as well. But instead of clear, it's actually is equivalent to is empty. Oh, okay. So that's just, it's not, right. So it is clear. Does not throw. Yeah, that's fine. See also remove. I could iterate over them. I don't know if that's going to do the destructuring the others. All right, so this we're going to be able to clean up a little bit. One warning. What's the warning? Okay, album is never used. Yeah, I know. I haven't implemented the damn thing yet. Jeez. I'm going to do auto. Album is equal to this. And it's going to be a null pointer. I'm going to return. And also what's going on with ClangD? Like, why am I not getting my pretty highlighting? CPP. Standard optional, we're gonna want this. Yeah, that's fine. That's actually also fine. And then that. Okay. By this tab. Parameter is copy, blah, blah, blah. Line 29. Yeah, no, it's copied relocation. That's okay. I don't want it to actually. Okay. I'm gonna do. Now we could switch back to our indexer. So we had thought of doing the same thing we were doing of having an index directory. And then that would be responsible for indexing files. Of course, if it's the top level, then that should be the artist. If it's the second level, then we should find it by the name. So we would split, and then we would get the index of. Actually, we wouldn't have to get the index of the artist. This would be the last item. And then first item. I'm just trying to avoid, I guess, the old code that I wrote. While still leveraging cartographer stuff. I just symbol stuff. Right. Subdirectories. So if it's a directory, we want to always compare this to this index directory 1. This dot. Does it really not have, let me take a look at standard file system then. as relative path to the root path. Parent path. Or temp. I want sort of the difference between the two. Okay, well, I think I'm just gonna have to do all that myself then. We're gonna have probably a helper function for getting the depth, I guess. I'm not gonna know that by default, but of course if it's depth of 1, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna check. Oh, we could do it by we could split it and then do the length of the array. Which is going to be this iRoot dot split. I guess it would just be a Q. Oh yeah. List Q list. Now can we split on? Char separator. Key parts case sensitive. Oh, interesting. Hold on. Let me take a look at that then. Separator, regular expression, or a string. Well, is there a qdir separator thing that we could use? Use standard path. Use standard paths. Is there a Qt class or enum for getting the file system path separator for a given platform? Qdir : separator. Is that right? Let's take a look at Qdir then. Directory, make absolute. Separator. Static members separator. Qchar. Okay. We could split on Qdir : separator. That would be the rooters. Then for each of those, we'll want to have it separated as well. Two native separators. Returns path name with / separators converted to separators that are appropriate for the underlying operands. I don't see that. But is there a split function already in Qdir? Absolute file path. I guess you could create a Qdir. But I guess it's kind of what this already is. All right, let's just focus on this for now. Have this for now, I mean. We have routers, and then we have our KFileInfo, which is going to have info dot. That has a Qt const already. Maybe that file path. Then can I do relative file path to something else? Right. Dir / home / Bob and images file JPEG, so it would be dot dot. Oh, if our current directory is home Bob, then it'd be images files, otherwise it's dot dot. Go up to home, Mary, and then file tag. Okay. So if it was / home, this was one level. File. Just thinking how I want to implement the depth stuff in the most trivial way possible. Because of course I could do it by the string array, but I'm wondering if there's a way that I could leverage that would be more reliable. Clean path. Redundant ones from. No. Because we would just be checking how many dots, I guess. Like how many instances of the 2 dots there are. Because if we are down a directory, like let's write this out. So if we are at / home / Joshua / music / artist, and then we go down to artist album track, that means this would map to .. album, I guess, and then this would be .. / artist. Oh, this should be artist here. Like so. We could split, and then we would know the depth is 2 at that point. And if it's, I would say, anything greater than 2, then we know it's within a CD of some sort. So then we can just, I would say after album, then we would just ignore anything else based off the depth. If it's a directory, we want to get the relative file path to root. We probably don't need that root stir separator. So we're going to do relative diff path is equal to that. It'll be a Q string. We're going to split on separators. And then we are going to get the, I guess the size of it. And if it's Want to split on, right now we're just splitting on this. We actually want to split on the, wonder if it has a parent, it doesn't. Well, hopefully this is the same. Split on dot dot. So we would split here and then we would have 2. We would ignore that. We split on this, we would have 3. So we're going to do -1. Of course, if we're on the first one, then it would be, of course, we're comparing it to music actually here. Ah, damn. So this would actually be dot dot slash dot dot slash music. This would be dot dot slash music. Dot dot slash dot dot slash dot slash music. Like so. So this would be, if we have 1, then it's 0, because we're at basically the top level of the library. If it's 2, we're an album. If it's 3, then it could be a CD. So yeah, we'll just have that, and then if the differ size is equal to 0, then this is going to be an artist. So we're going to construct a new Koto artist. New artist from this. We're just going to set its UID. We're going to do a set path as equal to info. Actually, we don't even need that because it's going to be path. We're going to do artist dot set name as the info dot, I guess it's file name. We have this. And then we're going to want to this iArtist append artist, and then we're going to want to probably it actually else if their differ size is equal to 1, and we are going to do a Koto album is equal to a new Koto album. And then in our album, we're going to set the path as well. But first we're going to do album set title is going to be equal to info.filename. Like so. We don't have any management for the files yet. We're going to want to add this to cartographer, but we don't have a reference to cartographer in the file indexer. So we're actually going to want to add that to indexer. It's just be called cartographer. And it's going to be a pointer to that. And then we're going to have a internal reference to cartographer. Like so. And let's include this. That is all fine. And let's update our structure here. So we're going to do this iCartographer like so. And then we'll always have a reference to cartographer. So we're going to want to add this to cartographer as well. So we're going to do this iCartographer dot. We don't actually have a thing for adding the albums. Think about it. We have them for getting albums, but not adding. Enter it. So we're going to have void add. And we also want to add track, please. Thank you. Let's do that real quick. I think this cartographer here. Open to a void. Cartographer add album. We have it by just that, so an insert is going to be fine. That is also literally exactly what I would have written. Fantastic. And add track is also going to be this. Perfect. Okay. I'm going to add artist like so. Then if it's this, I'll get file name. And then let's get the new auto artist is going to be photographer dot get artist by name. No, it's just get artist. And it's going to be the differs dot last. I think. I don't know if that's going to include the slash. I hope not. Let's see. Be a queue list. Oh, we'll find out, won't we? What we could do, I guess, is just replace separator with an empty string. I mean, it doesn't exist. But what was it actually called? Separator, like so. Okay. All right. So in theory, that's our artist. If artist dot has value, so actually what we're going to do is if we don't have a value for the artist, we're just going to skip over this immediately. We have a set. Check album. We have one for setting the path. I don't have an artist reference though. I guess right, because we're not going to be using the artist directly. So you don't actually need to get don't need to actually get it this way. I don't think. Like we could just set the title and of course there's year and all that kind of stuff, but that would be set on the Koto track or from the Koto track when we index that. So actually we would want a function A lot of this we won't even end up using, but we'll want a function. Oh, no, we could do it in add track. Now that I think about it. During the adding of the track, we'll add the metadata if it doesn't exist. The album art will be a little bit different, but I'm not going to worry about that because this is our directory checking. So create this, I guess. And then we will, let's just add it. I don't really have to do anything else, I guess. Album, narrators, all that kind of stuff. But I'm gonna do this dot I art albums, I guess. No, we don't have one for. This is just whatever then. Photographer. Add album. Add it to cartographer. I'm not going to worry about anything else. So if it's not this, and continue. So this is a file. So we are then going to want to check if it's actually a audio file or an image. If it's an image, then that'll be used for the album art for a given, well, it'll be used for the album art for an album, duh. And then if it's a track, we'll have that go through the whole process of KFileMetadata. So let's go ahead and go to file info. We have this. Now, can we get the MIME type is? That, no. But we're going to want to get that from Magic, I guess. I don't know if there is another equivalent. Okay, we look at Qfile. That's some very bare bones information about the file. And file info doesn't have anything regarding my type. So we are going to want to use Magic, which we might already have somewhere. No. Let's see. Collection. No, C++, file, MIME type. No. Pretty sure it's Magic and C. Magic C. No, not what I was looking for. QMIME database? Oh, is there? Oh, let's see. Your search isn't quite working. Oh. Well, shit. Well, there we go. see. Most cases, Windows, Mac OS, iOS. I don't care about those. User share. Yeah, that's exactly what I would want. Get the MIME type. And that would return enum of MIME type itself. Oh, it's actually a class. Okay. Aliases. Word. Suffix. Aliases, it'd be text, right? Okay. So they handle all the alias. Cool. All ancestors. If it's a valid MIME type, okay. Let's go back to the data. Do it by that, and then I would just want to check if it has the prefix of image or something. Because I don't want to get pedantic, like it has to be a JPEG or something, you know. So I'm gonna do Q. We don't want to construct this over and over and over again, so we're gonna have QMIME database. Let's include that. Thank you for mentioning that, George. That's really appreciated. And then we're gonna do Q type. I was like, surely it must, right? Like, and it's gonna be MIME type, and it's gonna be for file, and it's gonna be on the info, because we could get that directly. And then if it starts with audio, I mean, that's actually correct. Else if it starts with image, that's, yeah, is also what we would want. Yeah. So we would want to get the album by name, which, let me just double check. Did we implement that? We didn't. So we're gonna want a standard optional Koto album with the Q string implementation. And let's do get standard optional Koto album. It's gonna be this. This I albums, yeah. Album. Now we are probably gonna want a. This isn't gonna be as efficient. Like Q hash of. No. You could very easily have albums that have the same name. So let's not worry about this one now yet. So what we're gonna do, we have this where we create the track and we do all that. I'm not sure we're really gonna do this part. Well, actually, might do this bit. But we want to now leverage the KFileMetadata. So let's take a look at how they implemented it in this dump.cp. So for each of the extractors in the extractor list, which is going to be based off the MIME type. Value. Extract the properties. Oh yeah, had I looked at this, I also would have seen QMIME database here. So we're going to want extractors. Here. So there's an extractor collection. So let's include that. KFileMetadata / extraction collection. And then when we are sorting out the track stuff, what we want to do is get our queue list of KFileMetadata extractors. And actually what I'll do is I'm just going to do auto extractor list is equal to extractors fetch the extractors for the MIME dot name. That'll be our extractor list. If it's empty, then well, what we'll do is if extractor list dot is empty, we'll set that so if it's not empty, we'll try doing an extraction. Now, how is that going to work? So this is doing a simple extraction result, some sort of extraction level, which is where are they defining the extraction level? Extract plain text, extract metadata. So we are just going to want, I think, metadata, right? Let's see. Extraction result. Check the actual documentation. So it is just flag of that. Okay. That image data, I'm not sure we really need that sort. So we would define it as, oh, actually it would probably be this one. So what we can do, we wouldn't want to actually, we don't want to add it. We can't extract information from it. We don't want to add it. So at this point, we have a non-empty extraction list. And then we're going to create a result, which is going to be result is equal to KFileMetadata simple extraction result, I think, of the URI to it, which is going to be path, the MIME type, and the extraction list, it looks like. Maybe. Or do we not need that at all? So what are they doing here? The extractor name. So they're for each of the extractor, they're then doing this. Right. Type info T. So we would probably want it to be the taglib one specifically, taglib extractor. Is there a way we could specify that we want extra? Taglib extractor. That'll handle all the audio bits. I don't know if I actually need to do anything special. Anything special with that? I just hope not. Type info. Let's take a look at the type info. Can be used to obtain a rough type classification for the file. Well, we will already know what the classification is. So I think it would just be a matter of the extraction result thing. I don't know if I really need a whole check of the list here. This is going to take extraction flags, KFileMetadata, extraction. Extraction result. The extract metadata flag. So this would be our result. Now, is there a way of doing a validity check on it? We get the result. Is it actually? New list of type. Okay, well, actually, this would be a good one. So if result dot types dot contains, we're gonna want it to be k file metadata type. It's audio. Actually, we're gonna want this. If it's not this, continue. Extractor. You get the first result and then extract result. I'm guessing we're just assuming that the first extractor is going to be the audio. And extractor reference to it. So like this, I guess. That way we actually have performed the extraction. Okay. Thanks. I'm guessing what I would have done before wouldn't have done anything, because I'm guessing I wouldn't have actually passed it in I guess maybe that's just creating the result, and then we want to extract to the result. And then after this, we could check if it's not audio, and then we could do Koto. See, right now we just have this. But don't want to create this yet. This is gonna be from I post links. That's a good question. Let me check my community. Let me approve you. If it'll let me. There's a way. I don't want to add you as a mod. I want to put you in timeout. Let me. If you post it, I should at least see it under live chat and not top chat. You could try posting and see what happens. Otherwise, I could probably temporarily unblock it. Or I think it's that big a video. I think it's just unblock link. We have from DB here. From metadata is the one I'm wanting. From metadata, we're going to do results. It didn't show up. Kind of annoying. Community moderation. Let me fix it. Setting doesn't apply to you, moderators, or approved people. And it's not. It didn't show up for some. Even though I have blocked links turned off. And unfortunately, I can't just search for George because, well, it probably doesn't surprise you, but there is a lot of George. I copy your ID. I add it this way. Sorry. I'm not exactly used to doing this V stuff. You could check Haruna repo, worker CPP, Haruna. Oh, not GitHub. Worker CPP 42. Let's see. 942. Okay, so the way you're doing it is you're getting the extractors for the type. Yeah, and then you're getting the result. And then if the size of the extractors is 0, you're returning immediately. Yeah. So you're doing URL to local file. Okay. Oh, right, because you're doing that as right, I see. You're getting the first one and then you're extracting, you're getting the properties. Yeah. Yeah, I need to do all this stuff too. This whole like Q object fanciness. But we'll get there. Okay. Thanks for that reference. No. Oh, yeah, seems like a nice media player. Not from the file, yeah. We're not having to worry about this, I don't think so. Yeah, but I have the extract first now. And then, and of course, we're doing the extraction list is empty, which I guess is similar to yours, but I'm doing it before we're bothering to create the result. Because why bother create a result when we're just gonna immediately, well, in our case, continue. Yeah. We have that, so we then add our track. Okay. We have all of that. Now what I kind of want to do is for auto artist, this, my artists. Of course, we're not adding the cartographer. We've added the track, but let me go to. Oh, right, we are. Yeah, how the hell am I going to do the. I think maybe I did it in Koto, the old one, of course. It might have just been depth base. Let's see. Depth 2. We get the base name. Artist. We get the artist. Get their UID. We create a new one with the UID. We set the path. And then when we go album, we do album by name with the artist and then the name. Right. From, okay, from that, I see. So if it's an audio file, then we can, well, we can't really assume that we're in any directory. Let's see. Could do the artist. Oh, I have an idea. We get our track, right? We do this set path, presumably from the metadata. And then set the path. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get the. Oh, we're not saving the artist actually, now that I think about it, in the track. Get the track, and then we want to do cartographer. Get all this stuff, we add this, and then as our last step, we are going to attempt to get the artist. Auto artist equal to. Actually, we'll do artist result. Give me prop style value KFileMetadata property of artist. Let's see. And we're going to do string. Although, dot. Can we check is valid? Do this first. If artist result is valid, then we will. This is all wrong code. Just or all this. Auto artist is to be from cartographer dot. Oh shit, but we don't have a reference to cartography. The Koto track. Really what I should do is make this a singleton. Let's see. And I actually have, see, Copilot inline. Make this a singleton. Let's see, to make it a singleton, you need to add a private static instance of the class. Make the constructor and destructor private, then provide a public static method for getting it. Sure. I'm guessing it's not able to apply the code. Okay. The question is this expecting it to be... Oh, no, that does work. Delete and then a operator equals delete, right? Then this code is probably going to be all sorts of wrong. Can I do this here though? Album by name. Understanding that. So it would be like this. iAlbum is equal to like that maybe? That's a singleton. Oh my god, this person has an entire freaking repository dedicated just to that's some I have a logger here. Get instance. Logger. Okay. Helps me out much. So many tabs open. I know, right? Yeah. It's ridiculous. What I want to do is just, I want to construct these. Do I do it here, instance? This doesn't seem right. Problems. Define it in the header? Like, is it? Is that right? Don't know, man. That seems a little weird. But hey, we'll give it a shot. Copy this one over now. Then I don't have to pass. I'll have to pass cartographer in here. I could just get cartographer. I need to do get instance. Called to delete a constructor has been explicitly marked deleted here. Yeah. Delete that. Fuck. Get cartographer there. Certain about this. And if I do cartographer dot, yeah, I mean, it seems. I feel like I'm doing something wrong with the singleton. If it's valid, then we want to get the. Oh my God, can it stop trying to fucking. Artist here would be equal to cartographer dot get artist by the name of it, which would be the artist result dot toString. If artist has value, we're going to set the UID like so. Variable cartographer. Can I not do this directly? Interesting. artist optional, auto, artist is artist optional. Then this will be artist. Like so. And then that sets the artist UID. And we also need to do the album as well. So that'll be set album. That'll be by its name. Within the artist. Of course, we have, let's do this, auto album result as well. So, and then if both of these are valid, shit, but no, we don't actually want, because for this, this doesn't actually have to be defined, the album UID. It's optional. And the reason why it's optional is it may very well be the case that the track in question doesn't belong to an album. Or for example, if it's a podcast, it just belongs to an artist. That's if it's null. Right, so we're gonna want to do this separately. So let's actually have, if we have this, we have album, then we are going to want to then get the set auto artist is equal to, well, actually this should go up above. Optional is equal to, we're gonna do a standard null pointer. Photo artist. So then this is going to be reft here. So if this, actually, do we even need album? No, we don't. Well, we could revert this. I think. Is that all? Right. If album result dot is valid, then we're gonna want to get the optional. Oh wait, no, because we do actually need the artist for it. Duh. So no, I was actually right. My brain is just sometimes things move a bit too quickly for it. This is just going to be a standard optional of Koto artist, like so, and then this is going to be changed here. So if we have an album result and we have a value, and we'll want to do the same thing here. So we're going to do artist, get album by name. If we have a name, we set the UID. So the code agent was actually correct. Oh boy, all right. So with all that sorted, I think we can go up a bit. So we have this git track, which is not used yet. All right. Indexer. Well, back to indexer. So we could fix the album one. So we have the album. Right now we're just adding it. We're not adding it to the artist. So what we need to do is get the directory above, which is going to be the, and then I guess get it by the path. It is Sea Lion by JetBrains. So you do have to pay for it. However, well, you may need to pay for it. So in my case, well, so they do actually have extensions. I think they even have a C# one for C#, or it might have gotten merged into this. Anyways, Buddy's a Budgie has like a, it's part of like their open source program. So we actually got licenses, and we actually use Sea Lion as a result, and sometimes Rust Rover. Rust Rover not so much because we don't really have a lot of it. ReSharper is C#. So JetBrains provides Buddy's a Budgie a few licenses for free, and it's great. So of course the requirement is what you're working on is open source. Well, of course, in my case it is, even though this is a Budgie related things. So, I don't know if like KDE is, if KDE has anything special going on with JetBrains, but might be worth asking. But of course, if you're just using it for private or commercial use, then you will need to buy it, of course. But at least in my experience, whenever I have used it, it's been fantastic. Yeah, so here you have ReSharper. Oh. Would recommend. KDE doesn't develop anything in that sense. But we make K develop. That's true. But Sea Lion hasn't crashed on me once. Clang crashed on me, and I restarted the IDE to get Clang to continue working. But I was able to continue editing regardless, so that was fine. ReSharp is an extension for Visual Studio, which doesn't help me. Is it? Ah, yeah, it is. That is very strange. Oh, yeah, because it's part of their .NET and Visual Studio. I wonder. Let me check all their IDEs. C#. Writer. Here. Writer is the IDE that you want. Yeah. So this would actually help you. There we go. Got it. We got it sorted in the end. Right, so get the artist by the name, which is hopefully we won't have any conflicts there, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. We create a new Koto album, we set that, and then we're gonna want to attempt to get the Koto. We'll do artist. We're gonna do the artist path, which is going to be, I don't know if we need to do it by that. We could do artist name is equal to the, so we're doing path, but we're going to do info dot dir dot parent. rhythm. Okay. Let me go back to Qt here. That is it. Oh, don't tell me it's CD up. Change the directory. Right. And not really what I want to do though. I mean, I guess I could probably copy it. So I'll create a artist dir is going to be a qdir copied from info.dir. And then we'll do artist name is going to be the dir name. And then we're going to attempt to get it, and actually we don't need to pass in cartographer anymore, which is fantastic. So let's rip this out and this, and we're going to go over to indexer and change the signature here, or the definition. KDevelop is also growing support for handling a limited set of VS Code configs too. Oh no, that's Kate, but KDevelop is built on. Right. Well, if you guys could maybe instead prioritizing fixing crashes, that would be cool. It doesn't help me much if it crashes. We're going to want auto artist is going to be equal to, and it's going to be a cartographer : get instance, and we're going to be doing get artist with the Q name being the artist name. If artist has value, we don't have a function for setting that, which is a little interesting. I guess we just didn't feel. Oh no, we have this. Oh right, it's public. Okay, so we could just do album artist UID is equal to artist value UID. So you want us to make things crash more? That's easy. No. No, crash it less. I want you guys work more on making it crash less. Let's see. All right, and then we have the artist. Actually, we'll do artist optional here. And then we're gonna do this, and then this, and then artist, add album. I'm gonna add the album. So that should fix that problem. We added our cartographer. Let's see. Use auto. Yeah, that is a fair point. I will use auto here. I prefer using auto anyways in these cases. And we'll do the same here. Auto track. God bless auto. Not automobiles, of course. May the C++ gods bless auto. Okay. So we add that to track, set the path, set from metadata, which would then, that should auto magically add. Oh, it looks like it's not going to add the track. Or are we doing that in track.cpp? Let's see. No, we're just setting the Well, in this case, we're gonna do artist add track like so, and then we're gonna do album add track here. By then it should already exist in Cartographer. So we add that to Cartographer, so that should be all those sorted. So shall we start implementing the debugging bits? So qdebug, sure, that's close enough. All right, get this file indexer. Let's do main.cpp. Of our example config, which I think I actually committed, but who gives a shit? Oh no, you guys get to know that my name is Joshua. I'm not sure if you knew that. And that I don't do anything weird with my user. So it's just called Joshua. Yeah, it's crazy. You probably haven't seen that at all, like, you know, when I have my terminals open or something. Then that's gonna be audiobooks, but let's go ahead and just have music here. Let's see what happens now. Probably all gonna, yeah, it's probably not gonna work at all. Especially given the fact that, like, if I look at my music directory, let's see, if I go music here, if I go like LoFi, LoFi isn't even the name of it, so it might accidentally work. But in reality, this is the Streamlabs. No, Streambeats, actually. Streambeats music. And actually, let me double check that even. My description accurate. I get the feeling I have. No, I did put Stream. This actually should be Streambeats. I'm not going to change it now because it might cause Rhythmbox to explode. You should have Elbow, Super Lo-Fi World, which is only going to have one thing. So this should be a track that isn't going to have an album. And then YouTube audio should also be the same situation. So really it should just be Elbow. That's the one that's correctly structured. Little fictions, and then we have the JPEG here, which should be that cover art, but we haven't handled that yet. But this should be correct. So in our main, oh, I want main here, please. We set up all this. We load that QML shenanigans. I don't even know if this is the right place to do this. Here we would want Q, because we haven't really tied any of it together. Of course, what I could do is just have our file indexer. You know what? Let's do that first. Let's just see, does the file indexer work? Do auto index sample is equal to new file. Why does it want to? This is going to be under data lake indexer. Yeah, file indexer. Oh, but we pass in the config. Ah, damn. Well, we could create a temporary one, I guess. And then we're going to do Koto library config. We also want to import plates. Auto config equals a library config over here. Koto library config. Oh, but we require it to be that tumble thing. Oh, super annoying. Writer works out of the box, no configuring, importing everything VS Code. That's very refreshing. Yeah, man, it's pretty good. We need to update the CPP file here. Where we're going to have one that's going to be Koto library config. We don't have anything for that, so we're actually going to want to change this to take in a standard string path. Actually, we could do name and standard string path. This is like, it's wrong signature. I know. Standard string name, standard string path. Like so. And oh, actually, no, it needs to be an FS path. Okay. CPP here. FS path. Like so. We're going to create a new one, which is going to be called music /home/Joshua. And then we are going to pass in this config here. So an index example index. No conversion. Let's see. No viable conversion. That. Yeah, it's because it's returning this. So I think qualified reference to file index. So I don't think any of this is going to build, but find out. Something's bound to go wrong. Probably 700 different files that are wrong. Yeah, here we go. Photo album, track.cpp, HPP, unknown type name Koto album. And then artist has no idea about album, and then yeah, because it's all just one mess. Had I implemented that, let's see. Old Koto code. Structs. Yeah, I centralized all my structs, I think, to avoid exactly this issue. So if I merged all these structs, I do just do file structs. Excuse me, structs.hpp. Sure, we'll add that. We'll do album. So, and then we'll do artist. And then we'll do track here. I had to define Koto album before. Then Koto track, but then Koto track is going to want a reference to Koto album. Can't I just do like these? Something. All above and then have them be redefined. Seems like that worked. I don't know if it's the right way of doing it, but what's it complaining about here? KFileMetadata is missing. So that's an easy one. So I guess I'll just try it like this. I don't really like all these definitions being like this. Is there a more pragmatic way of solving this? So the issue I'm having, for example, in track CPP or HPP, is it doesn't know about track Koto album, because Koto album requires Koto track, artist requires album and track, like they all kind of depend on each other for references. Centralizing all the structs, all the definitions, seems to fix it. But I don't know if that is the best way of going about it. For now, we're going to change track. That requires struct now. Let's see what's going on. Redefinition of Koto track. But if I remove the previous definition, isn't that modifying it from here? No. Yeah. My editor is very confused now, which is fair enough because I'm a bit as well. Do they not just have a... has 4 usages in... Is that not what I'm deleting? 4 usages are not safe. Oh, this is tiny. That's not very helpful at all. Let's just delete it. I'll fix it. Just delete. All right. It's going to complain about a bunch of things, but mainly indexer. We want to delete album, HPP, and artist HPP. And this and track is not implemented. Well, it's because I need to update this to be structs, and I need to do the same for this. Okay, that's fine now. or the incomplete type may cause. It's not incomplete. Whatever. That, and then structs. Indexer structs as well, which then fixes all those. And then this also needs, but that pulls an indexer. That's fine. From is never used. Incomplete type. Oh no. Sucks. It removed the duplications. Oh shit, it did remove the duplicate. Vert. You want to add the following, whatever, just vert it all back. Vert. Yes. Vert. Yes. Okay. This is all good now. That's back to the way it was. Now I could delete this. And delete album artist. Now these should all be using that. That should be fine. That should be fine. Indexer is fine. And this is also fine. Okay. Rebuild. Let's go. Album.hpp on where? Header file doesn't like by CMake or something needs to be CMake cache. Yeah. I mean, these are all fine. Nothing to show. Oh, that's great. How about you then find? I would like to find files. Control Shift F. Bro, let me find references and files. Let's see, album.hp. And files. Ah, data lake. Data lake required it. Save all. Now let's try again. No? File does not exist. Well, what's requiring it? Domain, then indexer. Indexer doesn't require it. Our structs, which defines it here. I think we need to do a clean of. Can I open up a terminal? Okay, clean. All right, fine. Task book. Task setup desktop. All right. In theory, that's fixed. Fact.hpp not to find cartographer. Okay. Cartographer. That's fine. And then in here, this needs to be updated to struct. Okay. Fire away again. Let's see. Main, undefined reference to file indexer. Destroy indexer. Oh, that is true because I didn't create it. see, Koto library config also needs to have one here. File indexer. Same deal with those. It's still going to pull in UI prefs for some reason. But we'll fix that, I guess. Like that for now. And I imagine config is probably the same way. Okay, I mean, it said build finished. Let's see what the heck happens, right? So let's do build desktop Koto. Nice seg fault. That's about what I expected. The question is, where is it seg faulting? Does it get here? I'm gonna add a Q debug. I'm gonna add indexing this. Guess I don't really need it. Then let's add debug here. Indexing path. Well, actually, no, I am building in build. Okay. So it never gets to the point of that. So is it? I wonder if I need to have this on a different thread. How did I do the thread stuff? No, it was something else. Let me fire up. Well, I'll even fire up dead, I got that night. See what it fires up. If it fires up, of course. Okay, I guess it won't fire up. Fantastic. Visual Studio Code then. Open up PD Labs here. Open folder. Where I have main. No, it's going to actually be my debus stuff. And I know you guys can't really see this. It's just temporary. It'll be in my server implementation. Standard thread this. So I go standard thread. I'm going to go this. Then something like that. This cannot be captured in. Sure. Thread, then because it's not this. this. And bracket. Kind of rolling the dice here. I don't know if it's really even related to this. Oh, let's see if this works. Probably not. Let me just comment all this out and see. Yeah, so that runs. So it really is related to that code. Is it just related to the creation of this though? Or is it the indexer? I have a shortcut for, I think I do. I think it's OB. Okay, so it creates the config, so it really is that file index. Fuck. Like, I have this pane selected, right? Oh, now it wants to open up. The moment I want to demo that it doesn't work, it works. Great. But it never gets here. Like even to this bit. Or am I missing? Do I need to like enable some like Qdebug? I bet it's like an imp thing that I'm not. Say Qdebug. Basic use. This is from 2010 documentation. I get the feeling it's not really relevant. So let's ask Gemini, see if Gemini has any help. Does not. Anything do I need to run that app? Available? They're not helpful at all. Right? Oh, that was useless. Great, thanks. All right. Is there alternatives? Is there like a queue message? I mean, I could just write as standard out. Let's see. I really want to though. Why am I not seeing Qdebug stuff? Is there like a queue? I feel like there is a queue like message. Queued and variable for all messages. Login category, default all messages. See if there's an alternative to Qdebug within the Qt stuff just for like normal messaging. Or is there one? Add information about debugging. Let's see. Qt message, Qt force editor, logging was what? Okay. Now, if I go to Koto library here, because we know that code works, add a Qdebug library like so. We'll shift B to build. Let's see if I just run it here. It doesn't spit out anything. If I run it with the logging, similarly nothing. Is it like, does it have to do with the, like some Qt main loop thing not being started yet? I do standard C out. Like so. Build finish. What? It does it at the end. What? But I wanted to output it in real time. Why doesn't it do that? All right, can I add a breakpoint here? Get. Oh, we haven't added it back into our. Something like. Book again. Run it. Here while loading page, it's fine. So we are we here? Still running. Can't tell, like it's not showing me the any breakpoint information. To build. Nothing to do. Should run it. We have to do debug code. Yeah, okay, there we go. There's our breakpoint here. We step into it. Step over. Create our future iterator. So this. Need a pointer. Continue stepping. We're at the point where you would output then that index for console. Nothing there. Iterate over the indexing. Check if it's a directory. If it's 0, we create an artist, set the name, set the path, add it to these. So it segfaults there on cartographer. Okay. It's good to know. Likely because of the weird shit we're doing with that. With the singleton. That would be my guess. I don't feel like this is the right way of setting it. But I actually want to check. Quote from Evan. He wrote for something that I'm not going to talk about. Because I recall him using a singleton. He's doing manage. Okay, so he's doing it like this. Of course, that's not a singleton. Oh, okay. I see what he's doing. Hope he doesn't mind. I'm gonna take a look at some of this code of his. So I think the issue is this all just not in the right place. None of this is actually in the right place. This for the to do virtual cartographer and then static cartographer instance. But he is actually defining that. We just return this. Oh, that's for create. Oh, I was doing it right. Okay. I could just return. Do anything. And then he has a create function. Where in the create function, he is returning instant. Like that. But I feel like this might be an ism of something else that I'm not going to mention. But let me see here. Class. See, and then I check his CPP code. Where, let's see, cartographer. Have this. We would want basically this code where we do this, and it would be one colon instant, right? Cartographer, and then reference to Constant. Something like this, and then we would have our create function. Shame he isn't around. Good. Really do with poking his brain on that. We did this. Now, of course, another solution is when we add these, we could just check if they don't exist. That might be best for now, just to see if I could get it working, you know? So we add this, and then if this iAlbums equal to a null pointer, hash and standard, let's see, cast expression const. No, it's definitely can be optional. Not really optional, you know? I don't think this is the right way of doing this either. I'll have to pick his brain later about it. Do some more research. So not be whatever. Why is it complain? This instance is not. So if this is iAlbums is equal to, it's never actually be defined as value. It doesn't have a value. We want to set it. Let's fix these instances. So we value insert. So it's just this that's complaining. I think it's this. I think it's supposed to just be this. Object. View object. Let's see. Enable meta object abilities. phone. That would give us signals. Slots can be connected to signals. Make the type creatable in QML. We don't want to do that. Enable enum introspection. Property declarations required for no cartographer needs to be. The others like the Koto albums and stuff. We would want this to be a. Do I have to set it as a new standard optional of this? That doesn't seem right. Let's revert all this. Hash. To his thing. So of public Q object where we need Q object and then our public thing. UML singleton. QML element. We don't need it as a QML element or QML actually. Anything QML. I am going to, that's JS and stuff. I think it would just be the virtual destructuring. Then see he's doing static. I think this is where I'll do the instance dot iAlbums equal to that. Oh, doesn't want to let me. Russian is not assignable. Why is this so difficult? All I want to do is have it where if the hash Q hash doesn't exist, that it auto magically creates it. I don't think any of this is right though. Let's just do this like so. Virtual whatever. That's static instance. Not implement here. We would want to implement that here. Get instance, we get the static instance and we return it. What we can do is probably do cartographer we'll do instance. I'll do. Okay, what if I made these like so? Still refuses because I guess because it's static. Not great. Can I do something like this? I do cartographer. Then we have that, and then we then assign albums as new Q hash like this. Same with iArtist. Name all this. And then just have that be empty. We just assign this as well, like this. Wondering why I'm looking on my left screen. It's because I'm referencing code. I'm not sure the rest of the world is intended as a private repo. Let's see, new object. Something like that. Then if we do back on the header file, we do not the header file, the CPP file, we do QObject. There isn't really a reference to parent. Sure. Parent, and then iAlbum. No matching constructor. But I'm creating it. And it's not viable. Or do I not do it like this? Do hash. Let's look up QHash again. QHash class. So we create it just by literally doing type hash. Right? Is that right? QHash iterator hash. Yeah. Hash. Like that? Oh, so just without new. Right. Please work. Out of line definition. Yeah, well. Is that right? How is it defined then? Instance. Public. Oh yeah, I guess we could delete these. Probably. Have that, and then we have an instance. Static Bluetooth photographer create, and then return the instance reference instance. That. Don't need this. We don't need this. We could eliminate the value stuff again. Not gonna be optionals. Here's the class name. This doesn't seem right. Oh, I feel like I'm really just not doing something. I just want to get the static reference. You know? Like how hard is it to do that? Instance, get instance. Let's call it get instance. We get the instance, which is that defined anywhere. Oh, this is actually then be called instance. This is called instance. Like so. So nothing being defined there. We have a ph, which just returns instance. And then we have our actual creation of the class, like so. We have our reference to the instance. Curious why he's doing it with how the heck is he doing? I haven't the faintest clue. A new constructor. See, candidate not viable. It's because it requires that. I mean, I don't think I need this. Just this. Right? Okay, now it's theoretically alive. Or override final virtual. This is inspiring me to work on my own app again. Oh, good. You're probably, is this like one of those things where like you watch somebody, it's like one of the marketing things of somebody intentionally playing a game terribly, and then you're like, oh man, if I install that game, I know I could do like 100,000 times better than them. Is this the same feeling you're getting? Where like, you know, oh man, like this Josh guy, what the heck is he doing? And then instantly you're like, oh, if I fire up my stuff, I could do it so much better. Which I mean, you almost certainly could, without a shadow of a doubt. Because I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. All right, so get instance in track.cpp. We need to do instance here. anywhere there's git instance, we need to replace. This is probably going to be in album as well. Oh, surprisingly not. Artist. Anything here? No. Indexer. Most certainly does. Somewhere. Really? Was that the only definition? I find that hard to believe. Because we're adding it in places. iCartographer. Yeah, line 48. Okay. All right, it says build's finished, but that doesn't mean anything. I step over. Let's see, does it blow up the second it gets to cartographer again? It does. Why? Why? Seg faults the Q hash. Cannot access memory, location. Yeah, so it's like it just doesn't exist. See, add artist, line 20. So it's failing on iArtist. We create the Q hash. Is it this UID generation that we're... No, look, we have a UID here. Okay. But this, as in the reference to cartographer, is somehow null. So it's not actually getting the instant. Or is it this part that's null? And it inserts. No, it really is cartographer. Are we not creating that first instance? Okay. Have to do that. Let me compare to his code yet again. Loot. So it doesn't look like creating it. Or is it being done on? Not being done on the QML. Oh, maybe it is. This main connection. He's defining a bunch of properties. I mean, I guess I'm kind of intermixing this object stuff in, which isn't good. I just didn't have a Q object. Let me check the learn CPP. Where is it? Here it is. We're defining class person. Where that is equal to that. Photographer. Oh, maybe it's just this. Right. Well, let's give this another go. Let's build it again. Debug afterwards. Okay. We get to this point. We can immediately check that cartographer is null. So this is going to fail yet again. I have no idea why. My own app is a CSV viewing app. I made it from a university final year project. I'm in the earliest stages of rewriting its use KDE frameworks. Oh, sweet. Cartographer null. Do we have to create it? Let's see. Let's try it like this. I wonder if the way he got it working is he was defining in the QML stuff. Is maybe the QML thing would call create. Let's see, cartographer's still null. Okay. Let's see. How? Oh. I might have to pick his brain off stream about singleton stuff. So maybe I should call it here. Let it create, returns the instance. If you think any of your code is bad, you should see my CSV parser. Fair enough. So what are we referencing actually? iCartographer. What? No. iCartographer. This code even. I mean, I guess it's not working with index range. We don't want a reference to iCartographer. This should just be cartographer : instance. This. Oh, we're not using. Are we using cartographer? Oh, here. Maybe that's why. Where's the other error? 76. Okay. All right. Still don't believe it's actually going to work, but we'll run it and see. Okay. We get to this point. We step into it. Iterate. Go through and through and through. We then get here. We step in. Right, so we go here. All right, so at this point we have artist, which is Koto artist. We have a UID, which is in fact a UID. Our path is /home Joshua music elbow. Name is elbow, so that's correct so far. And then what happens when we add it to cartographer? We step over it. It didn't explode. So was it actually just the fact that we were doing that iCartographer thing for like still for some reason? All right, what if we're gonna let it resume all the way through. Well, it seg faulted. Seg faulted, I think, when adding that track. Yes, it was on the extraction result bit here. So let us put that, and we're going to stop and rerun. All right. So at this point, we have an extractor list, which is a Q list. It contains a Q special method space. The list has a size of 1. Okay. There's a pointer to an extractor. A result is a simple extraction result. We obviously got to this point. We're going to step into this. Or did we segfault here? Can I just step into this? All right, so it's going to be on the from metadata bit. So we are going to, let's see, open up track. We get our props, so let's put this here. We're gonna cook. Don't need to do anything, we just rerun. Okay. Not quite what I was expecting it to fail on. Let's try them. Copied. All right, let's fix it there, and then we need to fix it. Let's stop all this. From metadata, which this needs to be updated, I guess. Oh, it was updated, okay. And then we do from metadata in indexer, which is going to be results. This still doesn't. Ah. Can I move the result? See what happens there. Probably not going to be anything. Okay. Let's run it. All right, we have that. And then can I continue? All right, so we check our props, which is a Q map. It points to something. We can't really inspect it any though. But if we continue, we create the track, get the disk number. We continue. At this point, do we have a disk number? Disk number of 0. All right, so what about duration? Duration 506. Okay, we are actually starting to get information now. So let's see, is it genre related? String list. All right, so we're on lyrics now. Just gonna skip over that. All right, we're gonna then have title. So if we check title, it's a Little Fictions, okay. Track number is now 9. Year is now 2017. That is all correct. So now I think it's going to start. It might be failing when we get to the cartographer stuff, because I don't know if it has created the artist album yet. Let's find out. Okay, so we go over here. Do we have an artist? We have an artist optional, no contained value yet. Check that, is this Q variant of this is valid? All right, we then attempt to get the artist. Do we have a reference to artist? Step in, go here, and then we should have an artist. Did we successfully get it? The sequence, it's probably fine. We do have one for elbow, okay. And then we add it. Okay. That's fine. We go to album. So we failed to get the album. Okay. But can I just... What happens when I resume? Oh, it's gonna break point on all. Just resume fully, see what happens. Okay. We have this. Check console. Oh, is it only gonna show it when I close it? No. Man, I think Qdebug is like... How is it so useless? Like, what is even the point of Qdebug when... I mean, maybe it's useful for something. I just haven't gotten it working. Maybe that's what I should be saying. Standard cout. We're going to use cout for this. So, indexing, invalid operand. Oh, it's fine. Root. Oh, probably because I'm passing in a two standard string. Two standard string. Where was the other debug? Because it's failing to get, or it's failing to generate the album. So add album, or maybe it's not failing to generate, maybe it's failing to add it. By albums, insert by UID. Or are we just failing to get it? I wonder. Dex. And we add, okay, maybe it's somewhere. Try this again. Look it again. Run. Okay, so we are at this point where we have an artist, probably. Artist name elbow. Okay, so we get the artist. So if we step here, again, we have artist. We do have an actual artist. We add it here. Artist album. So it could be the album code here. And then when we get it, we iterate over the albums. Where we get the title of it and check if it's equal to what? Let's see. Let's take a look at QString. Let's see. Contains. Let's see. Equals. I mean, it should just be a little equal bit here, right? Then we return the album. Otherwise, we return a null pointer. So I think the issue. Let's see. Just double check for adding it. So in theory, we've added it. If I go to albums now and I check, we do have a size of 1 with a pointer to an album. So it could be failing to get it by name, or there's something wrong in the track code. Where we get it, it has a value. We do the album optional value, and then we create, that should be fine, and that should be fine. Maybe there's nothing wrong with any of that code. Let's see. Console, oh boy. I need to add new lines. I think. Let's add it, instead of doing it here, where we're doing standard cout, let's add standard cout here. Standard cout. And then this is going to be to standard string. And we're going to do the same thing here, to standard string with standard out. And we're going to do standard and we need to do the same here, and then same here. All right, let's recompile. We should have no breakpoints. And then if I run it through. Oh, okay. Artist albums. Album single, okay. So it is just failing to actually get the album by the name. So what is the issue here? Album. That's going to be a Q variant. Let's compare it. That has, I do this. Standard cout. Album to string to standard string. Let's see, let's just rerun. Build and rerun. Little fictions, okay. Does it have to do with the album? I would stop already, but you know, it's just like I'm just so close to getting this working. Tracks. Oh, wait, are we never setting the title? No, we must be. Let's see. Indexer, album, set title, info.filename. Oh, I wonder if it's this. Standard colon cout, album, profile name. Let's see. Recompile. We'll do album in indexer. And then recompile. So that way we could differentiate between the one in track.cpp and here. It should be the same, but you know, double check. Oh, album and indexer, Little Fictions 2017. So it's different. One contains the year, and one contain. Okay, well that explains it. But we kind of want to include all that information. Of course, the alternative way of doing this is, and I think this actually might be a better approach, is we add a track to an artist, and while we are adding the track to the artist, we are checking the album information, and then, but the problem then is getting the cover art. I was gonna say then we could just do all that. The problem is the file name stuff. This isn't insurmountable though. We are close to getting this indexing working. You know? Like feel it. I can feel it in my bones. Set title, the file name. Whereas this is using metadata as opposed to the path, which I think the metadata should be what we use. But what I could do is I could have it check for anything that contains that. I mean, realistically, how many artists are going to have? I think that might be the better way of doing it. Is a contains instead of an equals. Dot contains name. We do it like this, and then we cook it. Because what we could do here actually is we'll do album set title here if they're different, right? So we could do if album get title is not equal to track. It'll be album result, isn't it? Album result up to. So actually, let's see. Let's move this. It's going to be auto album meta name, like so. Album meta name. Album meta name here, and then if it's not equal, then we'll set it to the album meta name. Okay, now let's try. Run it. Hey, look at that. Artist, album, Little Fictions, track, Little Fictions. There's a track within it called Little Fiction. Yeah, and all of these. Okay. This isn't showing any content here for these albums, but to be fair, it's because here I can show you there's no metadata for those. The one that is correct is that elbow. Oh no, yeah, super lo-fi world. We don't have one, but so that indexing stuff works, which is pretty great. So we could probably clean up some of this. I don't know how much else we want to do in terms of manipulation, but actually I'll keep it for now. It doesn't hurt. Yeah, I think I will probably wrap it up here. So yeah, we got the indexing working. Now, of course, the next step is going to be storing it in a database. So that'll be probably the next thing we're going to work on. Once we have done all that, then we will actually start building out the UI for navigating around, you know, listing the artists, albums, and of course all the tracks. So yeah, I don't know when the next stream is going to be precisely. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after. I'm on vacation, so you know, take days where I have vacation time that's just spent faffing around, you know. So we'll see. It could also be that I do a BD Labs stream. I need to see if I could get it working where I have a compositor with an output and I could target BD Labs, so all my display daemon stuff to that compositor, so that way I can manipulate the like quote unquote resolution, refresh rate, all that of the compositor, and start messing around with that. So yeah, that's gonna be it for me this time around. Thank you for tuning in, and as always, keep an eye on my Mastodon. So it's at joshuastrobl.social, and of course, keep an eye out on, you know, my Threads or Blue Sky if you use either of those. I'd also welcome you to check out my website, which is strobl.com. I don't really have much in the way of content there, but if you're interested in why I even picked Qt to begin with, and you want to know what the heck I did last with GTK4, I think my blog from that point will probably give you the best summary of it. It's called Building an Alternative Ecosystem. A lot has changed over those few years. So, you know, keep my opinions and all that. Like, read the disclaimer. I think it's quite important. But that's going to be it for this one. Thanks for watching, and catch you on the next one.